around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Our talking heads parade their faces every day, showing us the way to think and feel, helping us to understand the rich
I was talking with the microphone muted. Let me start over. Everyone, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. Happy Sunday, Lincoln. Yes, I tried. But I have an excuse. I have an excuse, okay? And I was actually talking about this while the microphone was muted. I am still about half asleep. Um, I woke up very late today, again, as I have been doing forever now. And well, this is actually the reason why I posted on the announcements that I would be starting the stream slightly earlier for a reason. Because I am still half asleep. I'm gonna do something a little different today. This is still the Chill Art Sunday. I will be working on art. But there is one thing that I will be doing before I get into that. And because I am still half asleep, I want to get myself fully awake, and I thought, hey, what the heck, why not have some ghosts wake me up on Phasmophobia, right? So yeah, I'll play one round, one map of Phasmophobia before I get onto art, because I want to get myself fully awake, and yeah, I still cannot fully brain today. I like speedrunning Minecraft. No problem, Lincoln, have fun there. Dennis, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks so much for the bits as well. Very appreciated. First time you see Phasmophobia? Well, hopefully this is going to be fun. I am a wuss, for the record, okay? I am too much of a scaredy cat to play Phasmophobia by myself. But I will try. That is also, again, that is one of the reasons why I'm doing this before I get onto art. I want to get myself fully awake. And also as an excuse for waiting for my pen to finish charging the battery. So yeah, also try to do these daily challenges here. Survive with only the starter items, buy an item in the store, and reach 0% sanity. That's gonna be easy. Let's just buy a lighter, because it's cheap. Let's pick a small, simple map, and let's try to get this done as quickly as possible so we can art. I'm not gonna add any items because the challenge says to survive with only, the starter items. So yeah, this is not S. Oh, it is Lincoln. But like I said, I am half asleep, and I'm gonna employ some ghostly help to get myself fully awake for the Chill Art Sunday. Hey, congratulations, Torpedo! It was very nice. So yeah, I'll play only one round of Phasmophobia, and then whether I survive or not doesn't matter. I'm not gonna be losing any items anyway. But right after, I will do art. This is the Chill Art Sunday after all. Set is broken. Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, Torpedo. Now let's grab the key. Detect the ghost. Ghost presence with a motion sensor. I don't have one. Present, survive, escape rather. Ghost hunt. Prevents the ghost from hunting with a crucifix. Yeah, I cannot do that. Maria Miller. I can't do any of that because I only have the basic items. Now, I don't have to do this, but something that I like to do is to drop everything on the front door before I enter the house. So let me do that real quick. That way you don't have to run back to the truck for everything, or rather for anything. Also to speed up the process, to have that door open so the ghost can become active. That should make it easier to find where the ghost is. Let's leave this here. Give me this crappy flashlight, camera. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'll take the camcorder as well. I can hide there. I'll just speedrun Phasmophobia. I'm not very good at this game, for the record. Let's turn stuff on. Good, I can hide here. Now, since I have the camcorder, check if there's orbs in the garage. I heard something. Oops. Frick. Wrong button. I heard something fall, and I think it was here in the kitchen. Sell for 200. That's a lot of money. Ah! That painting over there. It fell. Alright, we have orbs in the dining room. I found the ghost. I mean, the ghost room. Okay, let's point the camera over here and let's bring some stuff. My recommendation, Torpedo, is that you find something that is, one, affordable, and two, of good quality. Affordable and good quality. That's generally a good combo. On the bright side, it's not nearly as expensive as it is here in my country. That I can assure you. Alright, let's leave those there. Also, let me check. Did the ghost open this door at the same time that I did? It sounded like it. No cursed item here, no bone either. I am almost certain that the ghost touched this door while I was opening it. Is the cursed item around here somewhere? Nope. I will do a little scouting of the house before I focus the ghost over there. I'm gonna leave this light on because I can hide in here. Nothing here. Take this off. I'll take this with me, because of course. Nothing here. Nothing here either. Where are the objects? Yeah, I almost got myself stuck behind the door. Anyway, let's leave. This is really cute. It's here. Take this. Let's ask the ghost a few questions. Are you here? Hello? Give us a sign. Are you close? Are you far? Are you friendly? Oh, we have both temperature. Are you here? Hello? Oh, we have spirit box as well. This is likely going to be the mimic, because there are dots. Not dots. What the floaties? Orbs. I remember now. Orbs. It touched some plates, I think. Yeah. Okay, seriously, where is the ghost? The bone. Oh, there's the bone. I don't have a camera. It is in the rear. Well, hopefully we can get it. I know from experience how awful it is to wait for prices to go down on stuff. Let me take a quick look if maybe there are some fingerprints. Aha! Okay, so we have fingerprints. It is the mimic. I thought it would be. Very well then. Yeah. Aha. Oh yes, the bone. I almost forgot the bone. I'll take a picture of the bone. The bone is in the garage, right? Yes, it is in the garage. Gotta find the cursed item. Wherever that is. Oh, I think the ghost is in here. It's not here. Not there. Come on, I want to start doing art quickly. Let's get this over with. Mr. Ghost. Potato.
Oh.
Keep this closed. Okay, did you guys see any cursed items around? Because I didn't. The tarot cards are not there. I haven't seen the news. Ah, you frick. I thought it was a ghost event, but then at the same time I thought it was a hunt, and I kind of panicked. Just get caught. No, I don't. I want to survive. I want to survive. Where is the cursed item? Oh, maybe it might be a mirror? Oh, whatever it is not here. Just the voodoo doll that is not here. Let's check this room again. Oh, who puts the thingy behind the door? It's a terrible placement for that thing. I forgot what it's called. I told you I cannot brain yet. I would check the basement again. Maybe it is one of those instances where the... I heard a light switch. That's the name. Maybe it's one of those instances where the cursed object spawns after the fact. But I don't know. Boots? I don't know why I say it like that. Boots? It sounded weird. Nope, there's definitely nothing down here. Let's try upstairs again. How dare you turn off the lights, Mr. Ghost? I mean, I know I have to drop my sanity, but I don't want to die. If I can just find the cursed item and take at least a couple more photos, I'll be set. Because I have already identified the ghost and I cannot do any of the objectives, since I only brought the basic items. Where is the cursed object? I'm pretty sure I would have seen it already. Right? Wait, what is that over there? Oh, just a mug. Where? I'll look in the bathroom. No, the bathroom never has the stuff, right? No, it doesn't. I'll check in here again. Turn on the PC because yes. Ah, frick! There goes the breaker. I think that was my fault. It is going to be really bad now if the ghost starts to hunt while I go turn on the breaker. I hope I have not just jinxed myself. Alright, well, since I'm here, I might as well scoop? No. Inspect the garage more carefully. Nope. And, oh, there it is. This thingy. Okay. Now I just need one more picture. One more photo, I mean. And we will be ready to roll. Or more specifically, ready to go to art specifically. Because I think I already have enough spooks with that ghost event. Let me just... I don't know, do I dare use this thing? Let me check what is my sanity. Because the sanity is one of the daily objectives. If I'm not down to 0 already, well, I'm pretty sure I'm not, because there has been no hunt. 49. Alright. I might die, but I'm going to use this voodoo doll. Drop my sanity to 0, and although do I have a camera? Oh, oops, I do. Okay. Here goes nothing. If it stabs the heart, there will be a hunt. Excuse me? Why? Why? How? I was inside the closet. My equipment was off. What? Okay. Well, there you go, pianist. I've been caught. Excuse me. Well, at least I did not lose any items because I brought nothing. Okay. I only failed this now. Ah, frick. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either. I was inside the closet, my flashlight was off, I was quiet. I didn't walk in during a hunt. I have no idea. I have no idea. Okay, pianist, see you then. But anyway, like I said, it would be only one round of this. Now I am a little more awake, so let's actually begin the Chill Art Sunday now. So, music, and the Chill Art Sunday stream begins now. So everyone, once more, happy Sunday and welcome. Thank you so much for joining. What did you think of that, by the way? Was it a good idea to do a little bit of spooks before the arts? I don't know. I'm too scared to play Phasmophobia by myself. I kid you not, I was actually very afraid all the time while playing that. I do have to say this though, having people, even just watching helps a little bit. But anyway, let's open the project files. And oh yes, I should copy everything, create new, paste, and save over the original, so I avoid that bug with the eraser. Alright, let's open a couple more files that I am going to need. So actually just one really. Dragon progress sheet. Yeah. Let's have this here open and leave it here. Okay, so what have I done here last time and what do I need to do next? So last time I have worked on this picture. It appears I was focusing a lot on his paws. And yeah, they seem to be fine now. I don't think I'll have to do any more fixes on the paws. I actually ended up spending a lot of time fixing his paws, which was not something that I actually was expecting. I think the next thing that I have to be doing now is work on his face. So let's give this dragon now the actual expression he's supposed to have for this picture. Let me copy this to over here so I can see it more easily. Okay, let me see. How should I begin? I want his expression to be quite, well, expressive. He's supposed to have a few flames coming out of his mouth. His mouth is supposed to be slightly open because he is not only baring his teeth because he's angry, but he's also talking. So I need to redraw his jaw. I always begin like this. Like I always say, basics first. I always draw the head with the mouth closed, give the character a basic expression like this, and then I redraw all the parts that are needed to be redrawn to achieve the actual expression that I want the character to have. And that is exactly what I will be doing. Let's just put a few things here. Okay, we are going to go with the color blue. Perhaps we should begin with his mouth. I will copy this chunk of his face. Let me create a new window of paint. And once more, Windows 10 refuses to obey the keyboard shortcut that I set to open paint. Oh god, I never had this issue with Windows 7. I kid you not, I never had issues with these shortcuts on Windows 7. Never. I am going to remove just his paws from this copy, because what I most need from this is actually just his head. Actually, I should remove also his jaw, because what I will actually need from this, and you will see why later, is his upper jaw. So let's erase all of this and leave just this. Okay, let's go back to the progress sheet over here. Let's begin by drawing the teeth of his upper jaw. Let's see if I can remember how to draw dragon teeth anatomically correctly. Let's begin with his big fangs, because dragons have those. You definitely do not want to get bitten by one of these. I assure you it would hurt a lot. I mean, they are designed by nature to hurt a lot. You have to remember, dragons are carnivores after all. That's why they have pointy teeth. I should not be using the curve tool for this, but whatever. Is that big enough? Is that too small? Also, should I actually be drawing the teeth first? Or should I... Nah, I think I should actually start with the jaw. So his mouth should be slightly open. Oh, that's why I thought about drawing the teeth first. Because I'm not entirely sure how much of a gap there should be between the upper teeth and the lower teeth. Okay, fine. Let's draw the lower jaw first. If needed, I can draw it over again, which will likely end up happening. Let me use the curve tool, however. Should I start there? Sure. Maybe a little further back. Okay, now here's something important. So his mouth is supposed to be slightly open, but I have to redraw the lower jaw in the same dimensions as his original one that is here. And the way that I usually go about doing that is by drawing a line going over here to where his jaw ends, and then I try to do a little bit of not an arch, but well, this. I hope I'm doing this right. How open should this be? And maybe around here. Okay. Now how exactly should this line be curved? Definitely has to have a curve over here, going like this. Okay, I think I got it. So do this slightly over there. Oh, fork. I messed up. Let's do it again. You have to start on this side. Alright. Okay, basics first. So for starters, this should be fine. Now let's curve this upwards. And yes, I am intentionally going over this line. There's also good reason for that. There we go. This is not expressive enough. Let me see if I can improve it before I move on any further. I am intentionally going beyond the line now. I said this because you might remember how often I complain with my hand for it going over beyond the lines when it is supposed to follow the line that I am drawing over. I better use the curved line instead. That should do it. Let us remove this little bit of stuff over here. And this line will have to go away as well. Oops. Not this here. Okay. This can be better, and I likely will try to make it better later. But for starters, this is good enough. Now let's properly draw his jaw. Let's curve over here. Gently. Let's draw his chin. It has to be in the same proportions as the origin over there. And this seems to be fine. Now let's curve this up like this, so I can do this over here. This is almost right. Let's make it better. Let's make it better using a red line. Just like this. Why the red line? Because it makes it possible to erase the line that I no longer want without affecting anything else. Just like I just did. Now let's convert the red line into blue. And we're good. Pick this up. Almost. There we go. Okay, let's erase some of these black lines and see what we have done so far. I'm not going to erase that paw, not yet. Also, I am erasing a little more than I actually need to for the moment, but I want to see what this jaw looks like so far. Yeah, this can be better. Let's make it better. Let's try and make this a little more expressive. Let's make his lip. Do dragons have lips? Let's make his lip go all the way down. Or more specifically, the corner of his mouth. And this. Yeah, that might work. That might work. However, I should probably save a backup of the mouth before redrawing it with these red lines. Yeah, I will do that. Copy this, undo what I have just done, and let's copy just this section of the sketch. Copy, now redo the red lines, and paste this over, and save. Always remember to save your progress frequently. I know I do say that a lot, but it never hurts to remember. You get a reminder. Okay, now this corner is too corny. Let's make this a little rounder, because that's how Flash works. And like I always say, things must look natural. Yeah, that's better. And if I do this here, is that a good idea? Get a little wrinkle of sorts over here. Maybe. I'm not sure. Let's erase the blue lines that are not needed and convert the red to blue so we can keep everything uniform. Nice. Maybe if I add a line up here now. Not sure about that. Also, his snout. I will have to redraw his snout slightly. Very slightly. I need to make it a little... how can I say it? It has to be a little more... what's the word? Like if I were to poke his snout and push it upwards like this, you know, it has to be a little bit like that. I can't remember the word that I'm looking for. And that also has a reason to be that way. So let's redraw his snout. very carefully. Almost. Start over. That looks horrible. No, that's not good. Fine, I will use the curve tool. Although I did not want to use it. Lately I have been relying too much on this tool. It is a very useful tool, don't get me wrong. But I feel like I have been relying too much on it, as of late. Alternatively, I could be redrawing his snout later, rather than now. Oh, this seems to be about alright. Now I have to draw a few wrinkles on this area of his muzzle. Can I remember how to do those? Maybe. Let's see. Almost. I can do this. I've done it many times before. I can do it again. Yeah, that seems fine. Seems to be fine. Move this. Except this part over here. This part looks kind of weird. If I do this. Raise that. Yeah, that seems okay. Let's add just one more over here. I feel like I'll have to add a few wrinkles to his forehead over here as well, at some point. But I'll worry about that later. I have to redraw his nostril also. So let's do that. Nice. Well, I'm not sure if it is actually nice. Let's find out now. All of these lines that I am erasing right now, I will undo this, because I actually still need them to be here. Well, not necessarily, but it's best that they are still there. Okay, yes. Yeah. That seems about right. I just have to do a little more work on this part of his snout. Let's see, maybe I don't have to redraw this, but rather erase a few parts, just a few pixels. Apply a little fix here, and maybe lift, or rather raise his lip a little bit. Like this. I mean, it makes sense after all. His snout itself is also raised. So yes, it makes sense to raise the lip at the front over here. Let's erase this line. And there we go. That should be fine. I do feel like I have to rework his eye a little bit to make it a little more expressive. and also to make it match the expression of the mouth a little more as well. I might have to do a little tweaking on his snout, but I will do that later. For the moment, I will actually erase. Actually, I will not erase anything. What I will do is copy this section over here, but I will not save it to the progress sheet. Instead, I will paste it over here and erase all black lines and leave just the blue. Okay, now let's copy all of this, go back to the workshop, save. Let me turn on my light here real quick, hold on. It's starting to get dark. Alright. I think that now is the time to draw his teeth. And I will try to freehand this. So like before, he has big teeth. So let's draw those. Oh, that actually looks very nice. I'm not gonna lie. Well, it should be a little different. Also, since his lips are raised because he's baring his teeth, we should be able to see some gum over here. Therefore, his tooth that I just drew here is technically either too small or in the wrong position. The best way that I probably have to figure out where the gum ends and the teeth begins is to draw a line kind of like this. Let's see how exactly should the angle be. Maybe about this. Yeah, maybe about like this. So that, and kind of do the same thing for the lower jaw. Also, hold on. Should the lips on his lower jaw also be not raised, but rather lowered? Yes, I think they should. They should. So let's work on that before I draw any tooth. Not tooth, teeth. He has more than one. Yeah. So I want this part to curve up and then down, I think. Oh no, that's not the curve tool. Ugh. Curve this down by a lot. This must be better. This can be better. Let's try again. Oh, I think this is going to work just nice, guys. Let's have this here meet the chin. Okay. I might have to rework this corner over here, but I would do that later. Okay, now let's turn this red into blue. Oh, but now because I made this change, I will have to recopy this section. And remove the black lines again. With this here. Okay, now I can draw those lines that I was talking about. Let's see, this seems to be fine. And now let's do the same thing for his lower jaw. So I think I want the gum line to be right about here. Wait a moment. Something's not right here. I think the angle of his jaw is wrong. Well, assuming the joint of his jaw is around here, the angle at which his lower teeth should be something like this. Well, maybe not quite like that. But maybe like this. Should I have these two here be matching? Not quite like this. There actually is supposed to be a gap back here. So it should be a little more like this. And then bring it down at an angle like so. And okay. Yeah, I'll have to redraw that lower jaw. But one thing at a time. For the moment, let's focus on his teeth. So, since I want the gum line to be here, let's draw a big fang going down like so. Is this good enough? Not quite. Yeah, that seems about right. Now let's do a curve up here like so. There we go, and that is the gum line. And now bring this up like this. Let me drink some water. I seem to have something in my throat. Yeah, that seems to be about right. I think you can probably tell where I am going with this. Do I do the lower fang first, or do I draw the other teeth over here first? I'm gonna do the lower fang first. And this one should be slightly behind the upper one. So, here. I'm just not entirely sure how big this one should be. Yeah, that seems about right. Let's do this curve as well. And this. In a way, what I am doing here right now is almost like drawing his skull. This should give me good reference for his bone structure. Alright, now I can draw the other teeth. And these are also supposed to be big, just not as big as the fangs. And not to forget that they have to be slightly curved backwards. Like this. Well, not quite like that, but somewhat like that. Is it me or that tooth looks a tad too small? Yeah, I think this is too small. I suppose that is better. Just so you have an idea, a better idea, I should say, of what exactly I am attempting here. Let me show you an example. Excuse me. Here's the perfect example of what I am attempting to do. I'm not doing an open mouth like this one, you know, wide open like this one. But anatomically speaking, this is what I am going for. As you can see, these are very large teeth, because that's how dragons are. But yeah, that's about what I'm doing. And what I'm doing here with this line and having the gum going into the head like this, I did the exact same thing for this picture over here. So hopefully that illustrates well my idea, or more specifically, the idea of what I am doing. Not sure if I should draw these little lines here though. Should I? Let's not do that for now. Okay, I think that one is fine. I wonder if I should have another line going over here as a reference for the teeth themselves, maybe. Let me undo. Actually, I wouldn't do both of these. Let me copy this. Let's have another line going by. Yeah, like that. This should act as some sort of ruler. Now let's see if this idea actually works. It also helps with the proportion of the teeth. Now this is something that I didn't do for this one. Oh, he actually does have a few different sizes and teeth, and also shape. I should have that in mind. What is interesting about this picture on the screen here right now is that it wasn't actually meant to be. I was just practicing dragon anatomy. More specifically, I was practicing how to draw dragon teeth. So I drew teeth in an open mouth kind of position like this. And then I decided to draw a head over those teeth. To see what that looks like. And one thing leads to another, and I ended up making this picture. That is why it is so sideways like this. Otherwise, I would never actually use this angle, this viewing angle for the picture. How many? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. The fourth one should be a little bigger. Alright. So 1. Here's the second. Maybe a little gap, very small gap between this one and this one might help. Huh? Well, not quite. Now for the third one. This one, I suppose it can be a little different in shape, right? So. Very slightly. Yeah. I kind of feel like these teeth should be a little wider though, but that might be just an impression. Okay, now for the bigger one, slightly bigger one. Maybe give this one a little curve as well. Something rather subtle. Yeah, like this. Kind of an S shape. So it's kind of going like this. I definitely feel like these should be wider, but I'm likely wrong. Now 2 smaller ones. That looks nice. It can be nicer. Now another one like this. Like this one. Yeah, I think that is good. Now the next one should be slightly bigger, I suppose. There's a very annoying mosquito flying here. I am very tempted to kill it. The problem is, if I slap it, then I'm gonna have to wash my hands. I like to have my hands always clean. And mind you, I don't have OCD. At least, I don't think so. Anyway. I feel like I should draw another tooth back here, even though it's likely not going to be visible, but maybe not. Let's work on the lower ones now. And yeah, this lower fang over here should definitely be a little wider. Let's try and make it wider. Is this too wide now? Yeah, slightly. It is slightly too wide. I should erase these before I try to draw the gum line. Because those existing lines in the same color as the new ones that I'm drawing were kind of throwing me off. Yeah, there we go, that's better. You can see it, but this entire time I had my head tilt. I've been having my head tilted to the left, so I can see. This is actually causing me a little of a neck ache. I have my head kind of tilted to the left, my left, so I can see these teeth more horizontally. If that makes sense. Okay, so I should draw about 3 about the same size, and then the fourth one bigger size. And unlike the fourth one on the upper jaw, this one should actually be more of a hook shape. Let's do that. Oh, hold on. Let's copy all of this and let's draw a line, just like I have done with the upper jaw. Do this. This is actually a good idea. Well, I think it is. I'll only really know once everything is done. Wait a moment, this line. Oh, pardon me. Saliva just went down the wrong tube. I'm okay. Perhaps I should make this lower fang over here a little bigger. Yeah, let's make it bigger. I'm going to use the curve tool. Yeah. And there. Now, with as much precision as possible, let's erase a little bit of the inside over here. It also should be wider. Yeah, let's make it wider. This should be enough. This is a lot of fixes for just one tooth. There. Nah, this curve is all wrong. There we go, that's better. Oh, that is so much better. Okay, let's save. And now let's draw those teeth. Not to forget that I will also have to redraw his entire lower jaw. Huh? Oops. Oops. That seems about right. Now one more like those. Yeah. Yeah. And now one like this one. So this one is supposed to be bigger. This, maybe not quite like that. It is supposed to be bigger, but it is not supposed to be the same size as the fang. Fine, I will use the curve tool. There. Is that good? Kinda? Not quite. Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed yet, but the tip of these teeth, you know, this area over here, I'm not doing them pointy like this. I am instead doing them kind of round like that, because teeth are actually not pointy like that in nature. So the way I'm doing here should be more natural looking. You know, like these over here. Alright, let's see, is this good enough? No, it isn't. It has to be less wide. And also a little bit of a different angle. Now this is better. This is better. However, it needs to be wider than this. I should have drawn over that, so I could have a reference of sorts. This still isn't good. Every single time I am just almost there, but never quite there. Let me try this. Yeah, let's roll with this and see what happens. Okay, that seems to be okay. I'll just have to redraw this side of the tooth. No. Okay, suppose this side is now good. But now I have to redraw the other side again. Or will I? Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, slightly. A few tweaks. Like this. That was more than I intended. Yeah, this is fine. Let's draw the gum line and finally move on. If I can draw the gum line, and please. Oh my god. Alright, fine, whatever. Let's go with that. Now let's draw the rest of the teeth. And these are going to be less hook-like. Let's draw one more back here. I think this one, I'll make this one a little more hook-like. Slightly. Yeah, that seems to be fine. Gum line over there. And okay. I don't know if you can tell this, but notice that all teeth on the upper jaw and the lower jaw, if I were to move these so I could make his mouth actually close, these teeth would actually fit in between each other. Just trying to illustrate this tooth over here that I'm drawing the line over. If I could close his mouth, it would fit right here on this gap between this fang and this tooth over here, while this tooth down here would do the same thing with this gap over here. And that's how it should be. Okay, but I am not done yet. I'm not done with this jaw. Now I have to draw another tooth here on the front and as well over here. Like these, see? So let's do that. I wonder if this is too much angle. Maybe it's fine. Now this one here, I am actually going to start again with the gum line. Yeah, I guess that is good enough. Now, one thing that is missing for these teeth are teeth on the other side of his head to give us an idea of depth, you know. But I'm not actually going to draw those. What I will do with for them, and that will be done later, is simply copy these ones that I have just drew and paste them on the other side. That's what I did with this one here. And I'll of course draw a tongue in between them, also like I did right here. So the teeth that you see here on the foreground, that's one layer. Then behind them there's the tongue on another layer, and on the other side is the exact same teeth that you see on the foreground, except that they have been pasted on a different layer behind the tongue and moved slightly to the side and a little up to give the idea of depth. Those are actually the exact same drawing, and that's what I would do for these. For the moment, however, I'm not gonna bother with that. Let me move this out of the way. Actually, let me just delete it. Copy this sketch and save it to the progress sheet. That. Oh, also I have to save this here to the progress sheet because I need to paste. Actually, no, I don't have to paste this over that jaw because I mean over this head, because I have to redraw his jaw completely. I'm gonna save it here anyway as a backup. Alright, now I will redraw his jaw. But before I do that, now I will have to erase all of these black lines. And I will also erase his paws. The least interference that I have here for this purpose, the better. There we go. Now, let's copy this again as a backup. Actually, not quite as a backup, but rather so I can extract just the teeth. So let's remove those red lines. There we go. Got some nice teeth. Also, by the way, should I actually draw some lines like this? I suppose it gives us the idea that this, I mean, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It just makes it look a little more natural, I guess. I'm not drawing these lines all willy-nilly. I'm actually attempting, as much as I can, to follow the shape of the tooth, of the teeth. I don't know if you can tell. It should be more noticeable when I draw the final line art in Corel Draw. So this here, that, and since I'm doing that, I might as well do this here. Is this necessary? Not exactly. There we go. Now that's a nice pair of jaws if I ever saw one. Okay. Now, what do I want? I want to remove those red lines. Let's make this eraser larger. Remove those. And I am actually going to paste this here back over the original. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, now I can redraw his jaw, and I am going to use the red, the color red for that. How should I begin with this? I think I will begin with the upper jaw. Let's begin by keeping what I have already done over here, in part. So this, not quite, hold on. I kind of feel like I might have to do a little change on the anatomy over here. Now this is actually something that I have never really done before. Wait a second. What am I trying to do? I don't really know what I'm trying to do. Whatever I am doing, I hope it works. Because I sure am unsure. That went a little overboard. Okay, enough with that. Now for this part over here, I don't necessarily need to be redrawing all of this here, but I might as well, because that way I can better match the anatomy, expression, whatever, and better match it with the jaws that I just drew. As I said before, I want this to be very expressive. See something real quick. Now let's see. Maybe this should go all the way down to right about here. No. Here. Yeah. that. Well, not quite curved like that. A little more like this. Yeah, that seems to be good. Let's thicken up this line. So I am sure to consider it as a final line. Now, for his actual lower jaw, I think I will begin that here on the chin area. Like this, maybe? Right. Yeah, I guess that's good. I will have to redefine this part of the line, however, but one thing at a time. This. Now this. And let's go back here and curve around the back of his jaw. Okay. Now, this area here is completely wrong. We can see that. So, to fix it and make it match a little more, we're going to use this shade of dark blue and use the curve tool to bridge both sides in this manner. And using the eraser and red on the primary color, erase all of those red lines that are no longer necessary. And then it's all a matter of thickening up the lines. Actually, I'm going to convert the blue to red first. Then I will thicken up the lines with the color red. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Okay, now this part over here, I said that I needed to redefine the line on that area. So let's do that. Oh yeah, that looks much better. This part over here can be better. It is not quite as good as it should. Let's give it a little more shape. Let's try this. Keep my head tilted for so long like I did to draw that jaw, those jaws and the teeth, that although necessary, it wasn't a very good idea. My neck is aching a little bit now. And I still need to tilt my neck, my head, 2 more times. Okay, this jaw is not as good as I had hoped. right now, but I'm not done drawing it yet. So any fixes that I have to do, I'll have to do them later. For now, let's focus on the basics. Okay, that is way too wide of a gap there. Too much of a lip flex. This seems to be better. But the shape is not quite how I want it to be. I'm not exactly sure what I want this shape to be, or rather how I want this shape to be, but I do know it is not quite like that. Once I get it right, then I will know. Then I will know. And I will know, I will know when, if I can make it look natural. And of course, anatomically correct. So yeah, there should be a little more of a corner there. Okay, let me start this part over. So, more like this, perhaps. Not quite like that, though. Can you imagine that I wanted to have this finished before Christmas? Oh, I'm funny sometimes. Although, to be honest, maybe, and that's a big maybe if I could have started the picture when I actually wanted to get started on it, and if I could have drawn, if I could have worked on it throughout the week before Christmas, or the weeks rather, before Christmas, then maybe I could have done it until then. You get this finished before next Christmas, so I actually wasn't lying. Well, looking from that perspective, I suppose you are right. Ah, well. I used to be faster at drawing. But again, to be fair, I also used to be not as good as I am now, so I don't know, I suppose it's a little bit of each. Okay, this is better, but it's still missing that expressiveness that I want. Let's try this. Almost. Ah, frick, the hand. The hand just went beyond the line. Now I do not intend on going beyond the lines, like I did earlier on another part. Almost. Let's bring this up to here. Not quite like that. Or quite like that. I don't know. Let's erase the red lines. All the way up to here. Let's turn that blue into red. And save. Okay, let me... Oh, my neck! Oh god. His snout looks weird now. I have to redraw his snout again. But I will worry about that later. Yeah, something's definitely not quite right here. Imagine if I was a perfectionist. I would be far more annoyed at this than I already am. I suppose I am a little bit of a perfectionist. It's not really a bad thing. It's not that good of a thing either, but let's just say it is an in-between. The thing is, the good thing about being a perfectionist is that you can, if you try hard enough, and preferably you know what you're doing, which I don't really know what I'm doing here, but that's not the point. You can get things done and make them, be as great as you can make them. The bad thing about being a perfectionist is that you are never really satisfied with the result of your work. And that can be extremely frustrating. For some people more than for others. Wait, that phrase didn't make much sense. For some more than others. Yeah, that makes more sense. The more I fix this lower lip over here, the worse it kind of looks like to me. And the annoying thing is that I don't actually think I am doing this wrong. Especially if I compare with this here. And again, to be fair, the angle at which this mouth on this picture here is open is a much wider angle, so the skin, the muscles, they are flexing in a different manner. Perhaps I should go with something more like that. Alright, let's do that. Maybe that is the issue. Because I think I am flexing the lower lip way too much more than it actually should be. And I think that is what is throwing me off. So let's redraw this here a little bit. Not by much. Well, not by too much. I hope I'm doing this right this time. Also, I am almost forgetting, there's a membrane over here. I have to accommodate that as well. So ideally, actually, let me do this all over again. Oh boy. Let's have his skin / scales. Let's say skin. Actually end right about back here. Start from this side instead. Okay, now we went all the way to the end of his jaws. And stuff like this is one of the reasons why I drew more teeth than at first was actually supposed to be visible. Let's thicken up this line. Thank you. Let's be very gentle about this, so I make as few mistakes as possible. That's not perfect, but it will do. Remove a little bit of these. Okay. Let's erase those red lines that are no longer going to be necessary. And by now I should be able to remove the blue lines as well. It is also possible that they might also be throwing me off a little bit. That looks weird now. Oh my god, the more I fix, the worse it becomes. Oh. I can make this work. I can. And I will. Let's change this corner here a little bit. Okay, that seems a bit better. Suppose that's progress. The problem now is that I will have to redraw the jaw a little bit. Wait, will I? Let's try. Let's try and see what that looks like. And that there. And let's do this curve. So. I am a little concerned here now with the fact that this jaw is too over the horn. I don't think it is actually supposed to be over the horn like that. Not if I want anatomy accuracy. Not that I am great at dragon anatomy or anything, but because I am not yet. But the little I do know about it, it is kind of telling me that this is not quite right. What I might end up having to do is actually making his head appear to be a little longer than this, which actually would probably be correct, but I'm not sure yet. And stuff like this is, again, one of the reasons why when I am redrawing areas, I use different colors. Otherwise, it would be far more difficult to distinguish parts from other parts. and erase bits of lines that need to be erased without affecting some others, you know. Okay, I think this is good enough for the moment. I'm not going to draw this line yet. I will do this one up here. Sure. Let's erase some of these blue lines. Save. And yeah, that snout is definitely not quite right. Let's redraw it a little bit. Just a little bit. Try and fix its anatomy. What do you guys think? This seems to be more correct, right? Yes, I think this seems to be more correct. Almost. There we go. Now, let's erase the red line, because that one is wrong. Let's erase a little bit of the blue line, but I'm not going to touch the line art of the nostril. Not with the eraser. Instead, I will do this. Move it. Yeah, that seems to be right. That new line that I drew, however, needs a little small fix right here. More of a tweak rather than an actual fix. There we go. Now let's recolor it to red. And let's color those blue lines red as well. There we go. And save. Alright. Now, I will have to copy this section of his head and remove the teeth completely, because I need just his muzzle and his lower jaw to be completely separated from the teeth. I'm going to keep this here because this is needed. Let's open a new paint window, and I can't because Windows 10 sucks. Seriously, like last night I was actually doing some stuff on Paint. I was changing a few textures in Minecraft, and the keyboard shortcuts that I set to open Paint, they were working just fine. Same thing for the shortcut for Notepad, for example, and the calculator. Control-Alt-P for Paint. But today it's refusing to work, and I actually need that now. Look, pay attention to the sound of my keyboard. Control-Alt-P. Nothing. And it was working just fine yesterday. I never had this issue with Windows 7. Welcome back, pianist. Same problem like last week. Yeah, I know. I always had this issue with Windows 10, and not only on this computer. I also have always had this issue on every computer that I put Windows 10 on. And what was I gonna do? Right, I was going to erase the teeth. Like when not always, but usually when I install Windows 10 for some client, sometimes I set up a keyboard shortcut for Notepad and the calculator on those computers, because that helps me when I am working on doing maintenance on the operating system on those computers. And I have noticed this same issue on those as well. Sometimes the shortcuts work, sometimes it doesn't. Most of the times they do not. It's really annoying. Whatever. Okay, now I copy these teeth and I paste them over here. Why? Because I want to refix, to replace some of the lines, some of the yellow lines that I ended up erasing when I was working on the jaw over here. So if I undo and redo, you can see that there are gaps that are gone. Now the thing is, because I have pasted this over everything, it is also now going over the muzzle and the jaw, and that is not correct. And that is why I extracted this over here from that. So let's copy this and paste it over everything, and voila, save. And let's zoom out and take a look if this is looking good. I dare say it actually is. I do dare say. I'm still not happy, however, with the corner of his mouth over here. I'm still not happy about that. Oh yes, that membrane that I mentioned. Dragons have those. Let's draw that. I am really not happy with this corner here. Should I try and fix this? I have tried to fix this so many times by now. And every time I fixed it, it just got worse. Alright, one last attempt at making this look better. One last attempt. Yeah, I kind of feel like it should do this, you know, curve down over here and then up over there and then down again as it goes to the corner. I have a feeling it should do that, especially if I want more expressiveness. Is that a word, expressiveness? I suppose it is. I don't know. I could look it up on Google. But I have a bad case of lazyitis to do that. Besides, I am too focused on this here. Bother with that. Eh? Huh? Raise a little bit from... Oh, so much for one little bit, huh? Crap. As I said, let's erase just one little bit from this side over here. There. Now let's make that red. Okay. Round up this corner slightly. Okay. Look at this now. Yeah, maybe now it might be the time for that thing here. That is not right, but I'll fix it later. This line here is not my priority yet. Let's re-extract just the jaw. Yeah, you just press Ctrl Alt P again to open a new paint window, but sometimes I wish I had a gun. You take that as you wish. Okay, let's remove face. Copy this. Actually, this is what I need to be copied. Paste it here. Now I copy this one. Paste it here. Over everything. Did I actually manage to fix this thing now? I think I did. Okay. Let's do that main brain now. It's not exactly a main brain, I'm not sure what that is. All I know is that many dragons do have those. And almost. Yeah, that seems to be fine. There we go. Okay. Should we draw another line or a couple of lines here to give a little bit of an illusion of, I don't know, some sort of wrinkles on the flesh here? I'm not sure, maybe. Yeah, I guess that helps. Yeah, let's have this here. Just have to draw the line just right. And I think I got it. Okay. Copy this again over that. Perfect. Now let's save this as a backup to the progress sheet and carry on. Also, I should, hold on. Let's copy this here over to the progress sheet. Paste it over there. And this one. And also paste it over here. Let's put it over here. This one. Put it up there. So, it went from this to this to this to this. Yeah. Now I will save this one to the progress sheet. Oh, Mike, but he's missing a little chunk of his neck and a leg. I know. I'll get to it in time. Those are not the priority right now. Now let's erase a little bit of these blue lines. And yeah, let's erase also these bits of teeth and gum that are showing inside his head. And the way I'm going to do that is, instead of using the eraser, I will actually use the paint bucket. Should actually use a different color for that line there. As we do. And here's another trick that you can use on Microsoft Paint to erase stuff. Now, right click, left click again, right click, left click, right click, and all of those are gone. Now let's remove those blue lines, and voila. I'm gonna do the same thing in here. Nice. I have not yet even drawn his tongue. I have to draw his tongue as well. Tongue, bleh. Words. But first, let's make all of these lines black, because I don't think I will have to fix them any further. There we go. That's an angry dragon. Oh, that's an angry dragon. Mm-hmm. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Hold on. Hold on. Bring back those colors. I'm not quite done with fixes here. Hold up. I did say that I thought I maybe will need to make his head slightly longer than this. Let me try that first. Save this to the progress sheet. Do I need to? I mean, the only difference between this backup and this version of the progress is the absence of those lines inside here. Yeah, sure, I will save it. I'll save it. Save. Let's go back here. And should I reuse less zoom? Let me erase a piece of the horn down here. A little more, there we go, that's enough. Now, with the freeform selection, I will do a cut right here on the top of his head, go behind the eye, behind the jaw, underneath the jaw, and around everything. Now let's move all of this forward and down a little bit like this. Okay. This must be positioned just right. Is this right enough? Hopefully. Alright. Now let's fix his head on the top here. This dragon is not supposed to have an open skull. Should grab the line all the way from back there. Nope, that line is not quite right. The line must be just right. It must. Let's make it thicker. I messed up. Okay, that should be good enough. Erase some of the black lines. There. Convert the black, the red to black. That's not black, that's black. Okay. Maybe I need to reposition the eye as well. Just slightly. Yeah, I guess that's better. I would do a little change on this jawline back here. I hope this is right. there I am, going over the line. Actually, not me, my hand. My hand is very disobedient sometimes. There we go. This. And let's turn that black line into a red one. I will turn everything black later, but for the moment I need this to be red. I still feel like the shape of that curved line is not quite right. This can be better. I'm just not too sure how. Maybe like this. Maybe not quite like that, actually. Okay, let's see if this is what I need. Oh my god, just fix the thing. Jesus Christ. There, that's good enough. Yeah, I suppose that is a bit better. I suppose that is better. Okay, let's save this. I need to drink some water. Give me a second. Okay. Now, let's copy this entire section like this. Let's paste it here. And I am not going to touch anything here. Instead, what I would do is go back here to the progress sheet, and I will take the same section, well, more or less the same section. This here. And I'm going to paste that here. Now, I have to remove a few parts of this, namely the entire head. And just that. This horn stays, that horn stays, this little bit of line from the head stays there. But most importantly, the neckline also stays, and the paws. Must be very careful. Okay, now I can use a larger eraser for the rest. There we go. Now let's copy all of this and paste it here, in the exact same position as the existing ones. There we go. Now we take this and do the same thing. And there we go. And save. Always remember to frequently save your progress. And I just made a boo-boo. I took the wrong version of the progress. This version here is missing the claws. on his paw. Also, I'm not sure this version of that front paw is the latest one. Well, it might be actually. Let me copy just this section here. Paste it over. And undo and redo a couple times to see. Yeah, everything is correct. But now there are lines there. Crap. Right. Let's just start over. Let's copy this entire section again. Bring it back here. Erase the head. And just the head. Okay, we need a smaller eraser. Okay, copy this and undo everything that I have done here. Well, up to this point. That is. Paste this. And now this. Okay, now it is correct. There is one slight problem. This leg over here, there's more of it supposed to be visible now. Kinda. Like this, you see? I have two choices. I can draw it now, or I can draw the tongue and then place the teeth on the other side, as they are supposed to be there. Peter, thank you so much for the bits. Is it already time for you to go to bed? Oh, that's so early. Thank you so much, Torpedo. You two have an awesome weekend. Do dream of dragons. Sleep well, my friend. Isn't it for me? Well, that's what you get for being in the wrong time zone. But seriously, have a good night and sleep well. It's still daytime over here. Only 5:17 in the afternoon. There's the clock. Yep. No, you're in the wrong time zone. No, I'm in the right time zone. A dragon is never wrong. The dragon is never on the wrong time zone. Time zone of a dragon is always the right one. Good night. But yeah, as I was saying, I can draw the leg, or I can first draw the tongue and then place the teeth on the other side as well. And because I think the tongue should actually be obscuring this section of the leg that is on the other side of his head. So perhaps I should do that, but not yet. For the moment, what I actually need here is to see if this head is actually correct now. And it might be. Yeah, it's definitely better. It is definitely better. Hold on. Let me save this whole thing to the progress sheet, and then we can continue. Go, save. And let's remove all of these lines that are showing inside here. Oh, but first, hang on. Hang on. I think I am supposed to do a little thing here. Am I supposed to do this? let me experiment. If you don't know what I'm trying to do here, it's this here. See this line here. Notice how the neck, not exactly the neck itself, but notice how this area here kind of gets wider as it approaches the front of the jaw, the chin. I mean, that is just about right on dragons. So that's kind of what I am thinking that perhaps I should do here. Just not entirely sure how to do it properly. Perhaps I don't necessarily have to do this, not considering how wide his mouth is open on this picture, because it is not nearly as wide as Braveheart's over here. He's not breathing fire after all, he's just talking. So maybe it should go more like this. I am experimenting for the most part. If I like the results, then I'm going to keep it. Otherwise, I will just Control Z everything. Everything that I am doing right now, that is. Okay. Now let's make this match his underbelly. That is going to the neck as well. Actually, the curvature should be slightly different over here. Yeah, it has to make sense. Anatomically speaking, it has to make sense. Let's try this. It kind of looks like this line is too straight when it actually should be more curved. I'm not going to try and change that now though. I'll leave it for when I draw the final line art on quarter draw. It'll be easier to sort that out there. Besides, I need these here more as a reference or base to work on rather than anything else. You know, let's see. Actually, no, let's not. Instead, I'm going to erase just this little bit of blue line in here, and that's it. And I will copy and save this chunk of dragon to the progress sheet. Now I can actually make the bigger changes. So let's grab a color that is different from all others, and let's close this area. Grab black and do this. That is good. Same thing here. Nice. And let's do the same around. Now all of these black lines here should be fully isolated. If they are not fully isolated, crap. Here. It only took one single pixel to mess up everything. Okay, now for real. All of this should be fully isolated from everything else. Okay, that is good. Now I will use the eraser. Excuse me. Let's do a little fixing here. Seems to be good. Let's turn this blue line into black. Wait, not quite yet. Should I maybe do this? Yes, I should. Should I? Yes, I should. So consider that done. Because it is. Yep, that's good. Let's save this to the progress sheet. And save. Alt tab. Let's see, what next? I'll tell you what next. What next is extracting this head from here. Is this here? Let me remove only the black lines to some extent. Actually, all I needed to remove from here were the paws. Everything else can stay where they are, the way they are. I would just change their color to blue. More specifically, only the head stuff. There. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. Just this neck stuff here. There. And there's a reason for this. Also, I should change all of these colors to the same color. Let's change them all to blue. Let's change the red into blue, except for the tail thing. I'm not going to touch that. And the yellow to blue as well. Okay. Select all, copy, and paste. Yeah, paste. There we go. And save. Now the next thing that I should be doing here is draw his tongue, but I will do that after a quick bathroom break. So I will be right back, my friends. And I am back. Okay, now let's draw that tongue that I mentioned. Because dragons have tongues. Otherwise, how are they going to taste meat? Anyway, zoom in a little bit. Let's grab a different color. Let's use red. Okay, where should his tongue begin? Let's say it should start around back here, and it is going to curve up around here and then down, and wait, then it's going to curve a little more here. Okay, let's end this first line right about here. Let's curve this up. Curve this like so. No, this is wrong. Let me start over. Let's bring this curvature over to here this time instead. You know, I'm going to start from this side. There. Yeah, that seems to be a little more correct. I have to bear in mind here not just the anatomy of the tongue itself, but also the angle at which his mouth is open. We have to remember this dragon is talking, so the tongue must follow the angle of the jaw. Question is, should I actually flex this tongue to look like it is actually trying to form a word? What is the dragon saying exactly? It's summer and you are about to have another. Let's see. It's summer and you are about to have another. Yeah, let's just leave the tongue like that. I could flex it to make it look like it is forming syllables, but what syllable would this tongue be forming on this specific moment of the picture, you know? That's the question. It could be any, so might as well draw it like this. Okay, and now we curve it down like this. Not quite like this. Let's do this. Not quite like that. Oh, frick. Yeah, this is better. This is slightly better. Not quite. And there. No, wait. There. Let's turn it yellow and remove a little bit of this red from there. Now we turn the yellow into red and we draw over to thicken up the line completely. Oops. I will have to copy from an earlier version of the progress. I'll have to copy the pause and paste here to see how much of his front right leg this tongue is now obscuring. Otherwise, I will have to draw some more of that leg, so it would be visible on the other side of his head. And there. Okay, save. Let's copy this head and paste it over. There we go. And perfect. Save. Now, what do I want? What I want is to erase this line and this line, and actually no, I don't want that, not yet. I want to instead copy this section and space it over here. Yeah, in here. Now, like I said, let's go back to the progress sheet and copy just a pause. Wait a second. Didn't I already do that? Hold on. I did. Yes, so this here is what I want. But I also want the head that I pasted here. So I need a new window of paint. There. Now give me this. Paste it over here. Oh, wait. This section here is different. Oh. So cancel that. I need... What do I need? I need this here. So what I actually... Wait. Wait a second. You know what? Screw everything. Let's just copy this here. I only just need this part after all. So copy, paste it over here. Now copy this one and paste it over everything that we are seeing right here, right now. Okay, good. This is what I wanted to see. Excuse me. See this line over here? This is his right front leg. I wanted to see if I would need to draw more of this line over here, like going this way. You know, because his leg is going up there. Because right here specifically, this gap between these two teeth, as well as over here, I wanted to see if the leg was supposed to be visible in there if the tongue is in place. So the answer is no. The tongue is blocking the view of that part of his leg, so I do not have to draw any more of his leg. Having said that, let me undo and go back to this. Yeah. So this is correct. I am, however, going to undo once more. So I have the entirety of the tongue line art in there. And I am going to copy that and paste that to the progress sheet to keep as a backup. And save. Now redo. And let's erase some lines that do not need to be here. Let's color his teeth red. They are not supposed to be red, but I want to remove the line art of the tongue that is showing inside his teeth. Just like this. And let me do the same thing for this little bit of leg that is showing behind, or rather inside his tongue. You know? Let's erase that as well. Okay, that is looking good. Save this to the progress sheet. Save. And now we color everything black. Give me the largest eraser available. Yeah. And there. You know, I think that now it is about of a good time to erase this little bit of line art that is showing here, as well as there. Should I do that? should I keep it as a reference for when I am working on this on Portal Draw? Nah, I'm actually going to keep it. Okay. So that is done. That is one angry dragon. That is definitely one angry dragon. Okay. Let's work on his eye, because I want his expression to be very expressive. I kind of feel like I could make his mouth a little more expressive than this, but I'm not going to bother now. I already have spent a lot of time on his mouth alone, and it might be just as good as it can be. Well, it definitely could be better, but I'm not sure how to make it better. Anyway, how can I make his eye be more expressive? How can I make his eye express more anger than this? I need to exaggerate his expression a little more. How am I gonna go about doing that? I also think I should do some wrinkles on his forehead to go along with these ones on his muzzle. But that would probably have to come after I figured out his eye. Let me look up some of my past pictures for inspiration. Ones that have a dragon, preferably, expressing anger. I don't think I have that many, actually. Do I? I don't. Most of the stuff that I draw is always happy stuff. Even actually, a fun thing, actually. Even on the times that I tried to draw event art, you know, stuff that was supposed to be angry or sad, that sort of stuff, I ended up drawing fun, happy stuff. I seem to be mostly incapable of drawing negative emotions, apparently. Now we're going way back in time here. Yeah, I really don't have that much stuff with negative emotions. How odd. It never occurred to me. Yeah, I know for a fact that further back here is going to be even less stuff. Let's take a look at this one. Alright, let's close this tab. Mav, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. How to make Mike mad in one easy step. Nice personas. Are you referring to this picture here? Yeah, this here was a commission actually. This was the first time I drew griffins and also feathery wings. It was a nightmare to draw these things here. I spent several hours across many days trying to get these wings done correctly. Not just here, but also on every single one of these are the 3 tiny griffins over here. Thank you. Thank you very much. This background, you would not know if I didn't tell you, but this background is actually recycled twice. The background itself was actually meant for a completely different picture originally. but I canceled that picture for personal reasons, and I never finished the background for that one. But when I needed to draw this one, and I needed a background, I thought that maybe this background would fit, so I finished the background, and you can't really tell, but outside of these windows, these are supposed to be windows, there is a landscape back there. There's a mountain of sorts there, there's a tree over here, there's some plains. That background on the outside is actually a much older picture that I drew several years ago. Years actually before this picture here. And that I decided to recycle to be the background of the outdoors of this, I don't know, hallway of sorts, I guess. And anyway, yeah, point is, sometimes I recycle backgrounds. And often it's not really noticeable, thankfully. Yeah, I should maybe try something like this for Koros's eye over here. Let's try that. Actually, even the background of this picture here was slightly recycled. I drew most of it for this picture in particular. However, the mountains on the foreground, on the background there in the distance, those have been recycled from a previous picture. Which one right now I don't really remember, but I will know if I see it. But I don't want to go looking for it right now. Okay, let's make this dragon look even angrier. How to accomplish that? Let's make his eye appear to be a little more, not exactly closed, but you know, when you make an angry face like this, the eye is narrow. Yeah, let's make his eye appear to be a little more narrowed than this. I think this should curve up a little bit and then down to here. Maybe not so much, but close enough. Yeah. Let's do a curve going this way. And yes, I know this is not matching the line that I drew there originally, but that is fine. That is in fact intended. This here is the reason why. Go. Now let's make that red line blue and carry on. Carry on with blue. Gotta get this line just right. And I did not get this line just right. Let's redraw this. Like I mentioned before, I want this eye to be as expressive as I can make it. Almost. I am almost there. I can make this even better. Okay, that's not better. That is actually worse. Yeah, let's go with that. And redo this section here. Okay. And this one. Now let's thicken up the line, the red line, to ensure that I know this is permanent, that it is what I actually want to go with. And at the same time, to make it easier to erase the blue one. Is that blue one there? This here? That is not supposed to be there anymore. Oh, hand, come on, just do the line. It's not difficult. For Pete's sake. There we go. Okay, that is better. It is a lot better, but not quite there yet. This can be better. Let's grab the color yellow and change now just this part over here. How, you may ask? Like this. A little more. Needs to be more expressive. So let's pull this all the way there and bring it down here. Okay. Follow up to there. I really hope that whatever I am doing here is actually going to work out. Okay, now let's remove the lines that I no longer need. Clean it up a little bit. So away with that red, away with this blue, and I'm not gonna remove the black just yet because I haven't finished. Now that. Now let's draw this. Or rather, redraw that. And this here needs a little bit of tweaking slash fixing before I can continue. Okay, suppose that is fine. Right. Now I will remove the black lines. I suppose this is better, but it can be even better. Let's convert all the lines to the same color. Make a backup and try to improve it further. I'm going to back up just this section of his face. Let's put it here on the progress sheet, save, and get back to this here. Okay, now how do I improve this? I think I should improve this section of his eye. So, maybe that can work. The nice thing about drawing in a cartoony style is that sometimes you can exaggerate body parts, expressions, that sort of stuff to convey certain emotions more easily. Like, if this dragon, for example, were real, I assure you, his eye would never be like this. I mean, no creature in nature in real life, living humans, have such wacky, such exaggerated facial features, even when they try. Although I suppose that can be slightly arguable. After all, Jim Carrey exists. suppose. Yeah, I suppose that is going to be a better choice than what I have done originally here. Do I, however, want this line to end down here though? Or do I actually want it to end like around here? Or maybe even up here? Which one is going to be best? And Carrie is a real-life cartoon character. I know, right? The man can do so many good expressions with his face. It's amazing. He's really good at facial expressions. And apparently he's also a very good painter too. Some time ago I watched a documentary about him. And he does some really good paintings. He's definitely an artist through and through. Yeah, I think this here works, guys. I think this works. Yeah, I think I am on the right track. Let's remove the blue. Oh, that is one angry dragon. He's definitely mad. I mean, who would not be mad to be here ended on the butt, right? Because that's the idea of this picture, if you remember from past streams and what I explained about this duel over here. And let's draw this thingy. Should be fine. Okay, let's make these lines be the same color, and then I can move on. Nope. Now I'm going to save another backup of this to the progress sheet, because the next change that I am about to do to this eye is going to be a little significant. Yeah, let's keep the color red on primary, and let's draw another line over his original line. This. Now for this part here, I am going to use a different color. Like so. Now this thing that I am doing here right now is not an eyebrow. I don't think dragons are actually supposed to have eyebrows, even though this is a cartoony character. Which is also another thing that you can get away with when you draw in a cartoony style. You can put eyebrows on literally anything and it just works. But no, this is not an eyebrow. But this is something that I learned from drawing ponies actually. Ponies often do have eyebrows, but on their general style, they actually do not. But they do have these dark lines over their eyes. Like if I go on Silver Trot here, for example, on this picture, this still makes me sad. And we take a closer look, zoom in further. You can see that he has a dark line going down here, another one over here, and this one going on top of his eye. If we look at a happier picture of him, there will be a better example of that. Let me find one. preferably, yeah, this one here will work. Actually, let's use this one here as a better example. Okay, this is the line that I am referring to. See this line going around here? This line, it not only defines the eye a little better, but in the case of the male characters in the MLP universe, it also kind of sells the idea that this would be like their eyelashes to some extent, while the females usually have actual eyelashes sprouting out of this. But at the same time, this gives that idea. It also works as a make-do, not exactly a make-do, but as some sort of eyebrow, like this here, for example. It is still the same dark line outline on this eye over here, but in this case, it is not only working to give the, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Point is, at the same time it isn't an eyebrow, it also works as an eyebrow. And I actually did the same thing for Braveheart on this picture here. If you look on his eye over here, you can see the same dark line going around his eye on the upper area of his eye. And yeah, I learned this from drawing ponies. I used it on Braveheart when I drew him once. Actually, I did that on him for more for testing to see if it would be a good idea to do the same thing on dragons. And turns out it works very nicely. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Instead of drawing an actual eyebrow, I draw this thing going over the eye, and it works as a eyebrow of sorts without actually having to draw an eyebrow. I hope what I just said makes any sense, because I am not sure if it did make sense, even to myself. Sometimes I have problems expressing my thoughts. Eye ridge? I guess. Although I'm actually not familiar with that term. Brow ridge? Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, kind of like that, I guess. Point is, it works. So long as it is done right, anyway. Which I hope I'm gonna be doing. Also, I also need to make this be the proper curvature, because this also helps with the expression. I almost had it. Okay, I think this here will do. Let's thicken up the line to make it permanent. I mean, it already is permanent, but I don't know. I'm just wording. That is way too thick. I'm not gonna do a "that's what she said" joke. I won't do. I'm more mature than that. Shh, don't tell anyone that I did it anyway. Oh, come on, hand, just follow along the line correctly. It's not difficult. Don't make it harder than it is unnecessarily. Alright, that's good enough. Now let's remove the red. This can be better. This can be better. Let's try and make it better. That hand-eye coordination. Taking a hit with your agent now. I know, right? I'm getting old. Maybe that is why I have been relying more and more on the curve tool, which is this thing that I am using here right now. But jokes aside though, apparently this is a recurring issue with, I suppose, all artists. In regards to making a line be right. There's actually a meme in comic form that I have seen a long time ago. I could never find that thing again. I really wish I could. Where there's a picture of the brain, very angrily saying, "Do it, just do it," kind of like that. And then on another panel, there's a hand. The brain, by the way, has a face. And there's a picture of a hand holding a pen, trying to draw a line, and the hand is like, "Never!" I really want to find that meme again. I should have saved that, because it describes exactly the struggle it is to draw a line correctly, where you know exactly what you want to draw, you know exactly how you want that to be drawn, and in your mind you know exactly how to make it happen, but then the hand simply is like it is ignoring the commands from the brain, just doing its own thing. That is actually why for many years now I have been to draw the final line arts, you know, the lines over the sketch, the ones that I actually use on Photoshop to color and shade and all that sort of stuff. That is the reason why I use vector lines to draw those, instead of manually redrawing every single line on Photoshop for the final line arts. Be like this. I don't know, let's see, what is that? Let me open this on the other PC real quick. Let me save this here first. Bring.exe. I don't know, let's share the screen to see this together. Pause the music, enable sound from the other computer, and share that screen.
Have you ever wanted to do something, but it feels like your brain's somewhere else?
In a way, that also, but I see what he did there. That also that. Not quite that, but also that. Oh boy. But yeah. Now the frustrating thing about the comic that I'm talking about is that I have looked for that thing so many times before, I could never find it again. It is one of those things when you actually want to find it, you never do. But when you are not even thinking about it, you completely forgot about it, then you just randomly by chance end up finding it again. And I assure you, the day I find that comic, that is exactly how I am going to be finding it. When I am not looking for it. Yep, that's when I will find it again. And then I'm gonna be like, are you serious? Anyway, let's see here. This can still be better. Imagine if I actually was a perfectionist. I would probably not even be done with the skeletal structure yet. Okay, what exactly am I trying to do here? Okay, I don't know what I'm trying to do now. Whatever I am doing, I really hope this works. I know I have said before, but in fairness, it actually did work on previous times that I said that. Well, many times it didn't, until eventually it did. And that's good enough. Let's do a little tweaking over here, very gently. That's good enough. F fork. I erased way more than I should have. There. Now let's make that red. I don't even remember which color I started this part of the eye with. And I don't care. Because now red it is. Yeah, this can look better, but with pixels, although I can make it look better with pixels. What am I trying to say? With pixels, it is going to be a little more difficult and time consuming than something. Point is, this is good enough for corner draw later and vector lines and stuff. Now let's make another backup of this, but instead of saving this backup to the progress sheet, instead, am I gonna need this here anymore? I don't think so. I'm gonna drop it here. Now, what exactly do I want? Let's make it curve from here to here and go around the eye all the way to about here. Should be good enough. Is this right? No. This part here is right, but this part here is not quite. But I don't feel like it should go so further down like that. Excuse me. I cannot really use this eye here much as a reference because this eye is a lot more narrowed than this one here. Because this dragon is even angrier than this one. And he's also breathing fire. Whoever hurt Silvertrot in this picture, whoever or whatever hurt Silvertrot in this picture, I don't think they are living anymore. Yeah, I don't think they are living anymore. I don't think this is working. Something here is not quite right. At the same time it is, it also isn't. Alright, let's color these red lines, and the blue lines for that matter. Let's color them all black, and that should give me a better view of what exactly I have done here and what exactly is wrong. Let's zoom out. Yeah, that definitely looks weird. This is supposed to be like this, but Maybe the line, the outline up here is too thick. Maybe that is a problem. Alright, let's redo that with a backup. I'm actually going to use the color blue. I usually go with blue over black and doing corrections like this. And I almost had it. I mean, I did have it, but then the line moved on the last second as I distanced the pen from the tablet. I really don't like when that happens. Okay. You know, I'm not going to thicken up this line. Not yet. Let's grab a smaller eraser and remove this bit of black from here. And instead of freehanding this thing, I'm gonna run another curve line over this. Perfect. Now let's make that black. And oops. And check out if this is any better. Black on the primary. I suppose this one down here is too thick as well. It has to be just right. Everything has to be just right. Not too much of one thing and not too little. Which, fun fact, too much of anything is always bad for you, even water. And I'm not talking about drowning in a pool or the ocean. Even drinking too much water can be deadly, actually. Actually, a few years ago, there was this girl here in my city who died from drinking too much water, believe it or not. You know, she didn't choke or anything. She just really drank too much water, and that just wasn't bad. It wasn't good for her. Yeah, this here seems to be much better now. I still feel like this can be better. Is it just me? Can't be just me. How can I make this better? That is the question. Well, that's not it. That's for sure. Definitely not. What if, instead of having this curve going there, we do this? Okay, yeah, I think that is what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. See here? Thing is, I'm not yet quite accustomed, but used to drawing this. I'm not fully used to doing this. So yeah, this looks better. And this is an angry dragon, and he's gonna have some veins showing in his eye over here when I get to that part of the drawing, because he's really angry at the griffin that he ended him. And the griffin is basically saying, "Sorry, snow mod." Okay. Alright, so his expression is much better now, but it can still be better. How can I improve this? Well, first things first, let's save this sketch to the progress sheet. Let's paste it over here. That is a lot of progress. Oh my goodness. Is there anything from these here that I want to save to there? Nah. I did mention that I think some change to his forehead might be in order. I'm just not entirely sure how. Perhaps I did mention that I probably should draw some wrinkle here on his forehead to match his expression. So let me try that. How the fudge am I gonna go about doing that though? I'm not sure. Like I can do this, but that doesn't work. What about this? Let's find out. Make that blue line black. I guess that actually does work. Alright. Okay, I'll keep it. Until I decide to change my mind. There. Oh, except for this pixel here. And a couple pixels here. And it was more than a couple, but whatever. And let's do a little tweaking underneath his eye over here. Yeah. Also, what if I do this? Change the color. Maybe this is what I am missing on his eye. I don't like his cheek going over his eye because of his expression, you know? This might add up to the expressiveness of this dragon. No? I'll make that black. Oh, yes. Yes, that helped. That definitely helped. I'm not too sure about the actual shape of the eye, however. Particularly this part of the eye. But that works. So far, that works. Okay, let's save. Always remember to frequently save your progress on anything you are doing on the computer. And let's save this to the progress sheet and save. Now let me think a little bit. His expression can still be better though. What if I add another line over here? Would that make sense? I'm not too sure. Maybe not. If I do it like this. Right now I am just experimenting, by the way. No, let's not do that. What if I add a line down here? This kind of makes some sense. Kind of. Just not really. Not considering how wide his mouth is open. Because this dragon here is just talking angrily. He's not breathing fire. Although there will be some fire spouting out of his mouth as he talks. So the flesh, his lips, they are not as, how can I say it, as stretched as they would be if his mouth was fully open to like be breathing fire, like Braveheart in this picture here, for example. So yeah, I don't think that line is actually going to be necessary. Which makes me wonder, is this one here actually necessary? Maybe. Just maybe not as large as it is right now. Yeah, that seems better. Let's reinforce the line. Make it appear better. Appear better? What? There we go. And save. Okay, I think that body-wise, he is complete. I think body-wise, this character is finished. Which is, of course, not to say that I am done with this dragon. I am not. For example, he does not have the teeth on the other side of his mouth there, like I mentioned. Is going to be needed for depth. He still does not have the crest on top of his head and going all along his back to his tail. And most importantly, he is still missing his wings. My god, draw the wings is going to be such a nightmare. Oh boy. I have never drawn dragon wings on a dragon on this pose being seen at this angle. I always ever drawn dragon wings with the dragon standing like sideways or semi sideways, that sort of stuff, but never like this before. I will have to rely quite heavily on this reference here, and I might have to look for more actually. I'm not really, if I'm honest, I'm not really looking forward to that part of the drawing, of this drawing process. Well, it is what it is. Do I need to save this version of the progress to the progress sheet? Have I made changes after this here? I don't remember. I did. I changed this little line here. This was such a tiny change that it is not worth to adding a new version of the progress over here. Instead, I will remove this one and replace it with this one. There we go. Okay. Now, what do I want? I want his head. Let's copy this, paste it over here, and let me remove, with a bigger eraser, let me remove his right horn. His right horn, this red line that is defining the curvature of his back, and everything else that isn't his head, and at least the lower half of his body. So everything that is above his horn and also below over here. So this part and this here. All of these must be removed, including his tail. And boom, all of that is gone. Now let's copy this head. Actually, let's yeah, I thought about changing the color from black to something else, but never mind, not going to be needed. I did that because now I would try to draw the crest on his head and back. I have only ever drawn this character once, but this picture here, many years ago. So this is how his crest was at this time. The question is, given that I have only drawn him once, I never really made a reference sheet for this dragon, for this character, or anything like that. I wonder, do I want to stick with this original design, or do I want to make some changes to this design? Because I don't think I actually really like the way this thing looks on his head. I think it looks stupid. Well, not really, but kinda. If I change this, how should it look like? What it should look like? Also, the entirety of his crest, should it be different? Also, I'm not sure, is this actually a scaly crest of sorts, or is this actually fur growing like a mane, like Michael Braveheart has? Braveheart's is actually just fur or hair, whatever you want to call it, for a mane. He doesn't have a crest, he has a mane going all the way to the very end of his tail. While Korra's, which is this character here, he has this thing going from his head to right about here on his tail. Not even halfway his tail, but up to here. But I don't remember if I made this to be a mane or a series of spikes of some sort. I kind of feel like this is one of those occasions where, in order to actually continue, in order to proceed drawing the character, I actually would have to redraw him or to slightly redesign him before I proceed any further. And I actually have kind of, why is this taking so long to open? This is another thing that I really don't like about Windows 10. Sometimes it takes forever to load the contents of this PC, and it actually crashes if I try to interact with it. Anyway, I'm just gonna manually open another Explorer window from here. And what I want is in here anyway, so... What was I saying? Right, some time ago, not long ago actually, just this year, or the year before, I don't remember. Point is, I kind of started to somewhat redesign a couple of older characters that I have only drawn once, or never at all. And I did make a couple changes to the design, like Darklek Domalis, which is this evil guy here. This thing definitely needs a little bit of a redesign, and somewhere in here is a newer picture that I think I started to do with that character, where he did get a slight redesign. Oh fudge, what is that thing? What is that? I think the temporary name was Grim Green. Was it? It does exist. Ah, yes. Yeah. So I think I started a small redesign on him. This actually definitely looks better. But this was before I started to practice dragon anatomy, more specifically dragon teeth. So the green I gave him, that looks weird. Granted, this picture has never been finished. The point is, although I didn't draw him for a redesign in the fashion of a, oh my god, words are escaping me. I didn't do a reference sheet for him. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't redesign him on a reference sheet level. I did do some redesign on this character. And I think I should do something like that for Chorus as well. Except that I probably should not do that on this picture. I should try and do a reference sheet of sorts. It's definitely something that I have to think. Also, the other character that I was talking about is Braveheart's father. Where is that picture? Grand and glorious. It's this here. Yeah, the original design for this character when I drew him for the very first time, which was just a random sketch, it was a bit different from this. And this picture is also unfinished, by the way. But it is better looking than what I have drawn originally for him. I really have to do a proper, not even a proper, I have to do a reference sheet for this character and Darkrai. His name is A.L. Braveheart, by the way. Which reminds me that I also have to update Michael Braveheart's reference sheet, wherever that is. Here, Mike's reference sheet. Yeah, I have to do stuff like this for all my characters. I don't have it. But in regards to Chorus, I should at least try, and draw him standing sideways like this here, so I can work out the details of his features. That is going to take a while though. However, open this for editing. Let me copy just this. Also, here you can see how big Michael Braveheart is. There's a person standing right there. He's a big boy. Oops, that's not quite what I meant to do. Yeah, this eraser is not big enough. Not big enough for this big boy. I know. Let's get this color on the secondary. Undo, paste again, enable transparency. Go. Now same thing for this one. Oops. Work. I forgot to copy. No problem. Just gotta do it again. There we go. Now copy. Grab this other color. Undo. Paste again. Control plus. Oh, I did Maverick. This is as big as the eraser can go. I'm not at 100% zoom. This here is 100% zoom. Yeah, on this version of Paint, this is as big as the eraser can go. On older versions of Paint, that used to be true. Like, for example, if I open, I think they changed the limit of the size of the eraser on the Windows XP version of Paint, but up to the version of Windows 2000, which is this one here, the size of the eraser would be as large as you can make it. So if I keep holding, yeah, this is already much larger than on modern Paint. Yeah, just keeps going. But yeah, I'm curious Did they change that on the Windows XP version of Paint? Let's see here, Windows 6, no, that's 7, XP. Let me see. Okay, XP is still limitless. Maybe they changed that on Vista then. No, Vista is still limitless. They changed that on 7. 7 onwards, you do have a limit to the size of the eraser. Now, if you think this is bad, yeah, I also don't get why they changed the limit of the eraser. But if you think this is bad, you should have seen a couple weeks ago when I was doing a little rant on the changes. Oops, wrong color now. On the changes they have made to the version of Paint that comes with Windows 11. Now that one is way worse in many aspects, and one of them is the size of the eraser. By default, the size of the eraser is this here. That's 8 pixels, and from this selection menu it goes up to 10 pixels. Is it this then? 4? What? Oh no, this is the line, sorry. This is the eraser. So the default size when you open Paint is 8 pixels, and from this selection menu you can go up to 10, which is this tiny size, and you can increase the size from this to this with Control Plus, and if you want to make it smaller, Control Minus. The thing is, on the version that came with Windows 11, you cannot increase the size of the eraser at all with Control Plus. You cannot even make it smaller with Control Minus. You are limited to these options over here, so you can go only up to 10 pixels. So this tiny size, and I actually made a demonstration. I think it was last Sunday when I was trying to clear an area with the eraser, and it was a large area, and I actually used a chronometer to see how long it would take me to do that on this version of Paint with a larger eraser, and how long it would take to do the exact same thing with the exact same image on the newer version of Paint on Windows 11. And I kid you not, Maverick and everyone else, it took roughly 30 seconds on this version, where you can actually increase the size of the eraser, against over 2 minutes on Windows 11 on the newer version of Paint. And for the sake of testing, I actually did everything on Windows 11. I kid you not, it took over 2 freaking minutes. It's absurd. And that, of course, not to mention all the changes that they made to the interface of Paint itself. Don't get me wrong, like I said before, the new Paint does look nice. The problem is that they changed the size of things so much, and there's just so much wasted space that your actual available work area is smaller than what you have on this older version of Paint. Yes, that is really stupid. Yeah, I'm going to show you real quick. I'm not going to go through that entire demonstration that I just exemplified, but I will show you a couple differences. So let me put the other computer on the screen. Download the computer. Is my work computer. It has Windows 11. Yes, you cannot install Windows 11 on older hardware, even though I did do here, but there is a little trick. So this version of Paint over here that I just opened, it is the exact same version that I am using on my Windows 10 PC here. This is actually the Windows 7 version of Paint. I replaced the version on Windows 10 because Windows 10 has an icon over here to open with Paint 3D, and everybody hates Paint 3D. And have the button here was annoying me, so I imported the Windows 7 version, but whatever. Other than that, the Windows 10 version of Paint and Windows 7 are the exact same. So this is the older version, and this here is the newer version. Two things to note. This version takes longer to load than the other version. You can compare Windows 11, Windows 7, 10. See how much faster is loaded? Okay, now interface-wise, it does look kind of nice. I'll give you that. Okay, the problem starts here on the canvas. First of all, it is difficult to grab these little icons here to expand the size of the canvas. For some reason, even on maximum zoom, I'm having difficulties. Set this back to 100. Fine, I'll just do this here. Give me a 500 by 500. Oh no, 800 by 800 canvas. Okay, so here we have an 800 by 800 canvas. Okay, and you can see here that I have to scroll down to see the bottom of this canvas. If I give this version of Paint the exact same canvas, actually I'm not even going to give the same canvas. I'm going to copy this one over to this one. So let's make this one a 1 by 1 and paste. And now we have the exact same image with the exact same size, and notice this one, I don't have to scroll down to see the bottom of this square, but I have to do it here on the new Paint. Interesting, right? And here's why. There's a lot of wasted space on the new interface. Let's begin up here on the top. File, View. There's a large gap between File and the tools down here. There's a large gap between this thing here and the title of the window over there. While if you go over here, there is no such gap. I mean, there is a gap, of course, it is required, but it is a far smaller gap. Now, if you go to the tools themselves, there's a large gap above them, below them, in between the name of the toolboxes over here, and then there's another gap below the names. Well, if we compare to the other Paint, the gap is almost non-existent. But the most troublesome change is this gap over here. See this gap between the toolbar itself and the actual canvas? This area over here, and also over here on this side. If we compare to the other version, the gap between the toolbar, the toolbar and the side of the screen here is also minimum. So this actually gives you can literally see it. You have more space to work with here before you have to scroll down to see what you're doing than you have on the newer version of Paint. If you have to scroll down like I have to do here, see, I'm using the mouse wheel. There's the scroll bar over there on the side. In my point of view, if you have to scroll down to see the rest of the picture on the newer version, but you don't have to do the same thing on the older version because you can see the whole thing without scrolling, then this is a downgrade. Okay, this is a downgrade. There is no excuse for having such large gaps on the newer version of Paint. Absolutely no reason. Oh, but Mike, the new Windows 11, it is meant to be a hybrid operating system. It is supposed to work well on both desktop computers and also tablets and touchscreens. So things have to be a little larger. No, that is bullcrap. That is bullcrap. That is bullcrap. There is no actual reason, even with touch interfaces, there is no reason for this to be so much larger. Yeah, I mean, the interface itself, it looks nice, but it has no reason to have such large gaps between everything. It has no reason to. Also, the color, the colors over here. You have down here on the secondary row, you have white, you have gray. Actually, let me demonstrate this on the older version of Paint. Okay, you have white. You have gray 25%, which is light gray, and then you have brown, okay, and then you have pink or rose, whatever. Above them you have black, a darker shade of gray, a darker shade of brown / red, and then you have actual red. On the newer version of paint, you also have those. You have black, you have the dark gray, you have dark red / dark brown, you have red, and so on. And on the secondary row you have white, you have light gray, and then you have light gray again for some reason, and then you have pink or rose, whatever. Why is there light gray twice in here? Why is this a thing? And I kid you not, this here is the exact same shade of gray as this one over here. And that shade is this exact same shade of gray on the older version of paint. Where's brown? There is no brown. Why is brown replaced with the exact same shade of gray? Seriously, this is the exact same shade. This is the exact same shade. Here, let me screenshot the screen and paste it even here on this newer version of paint. Let's use the eraser trick. You know, that trick where you can change or erase one color that you choose. Alright, here. Let's change. Let's select this gray on the primary color, and I want to change it to, I don't know, yellow. So yellow on the secondary color. Now if I right click and drag the eraser, this eraser is going to change all colors that are this shade of gray. It will change it to yellow. So let's run the eraser over these. Okay, nothing. Now let's run over here. Now let's run over here. Oh, hey, look, that one changed. Nice. And you remember, I picked the primary color from this circle over here. What happens if I do it on the other one there? Oh no, it also changed. You know what that means? It means that this is the exact same color as this one. Now, if I do this exact same thing on with the older version of paint, yeah, let's paste that. Let's grab this shade of gray on the primary and the same shade of yellow on the secondary. Oh, look! Only one changed. Oh, interesting. Seriously, why? Why is this a thing? That's so stupid. Let's set this back to 100% zoom. There's no reason for such thing. No reason at all. Now, in regards to the size of the eraser. So here, older version of paint. Let's do, for the record, this here is the default size of the eraser, so 8 pixels. So let's do Control Plus. It goes up to this size. Let's do the same thing on the newer paint. Grab the eraser. Again, the default size, 8 pixels. Okay. Let's do Control Plus. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Control minus. Also nothing happens. You have to pick. Yeah, and you cannot even use the scroll wheel to scroll through here because there's no more options. It only goes up to 10 pixels. This is the maximum size of this freaking eraser. If I tab around, you can clearly see the difference in size of these pixels. These erasers. Seriously, why? They ruined Microsoft Paint on Windows 11. Here's a recommendation that I have made last week and the week before, and I'm gonna repeat it here now today. If any of you use Microsoft Paint for whatever reason, especially if you use it to do art like I do, or if you just like to occasionally do some doodles, whatever, and you are planning to use Windows 11, or you are already using Windows 11, do yourself a favor and grab yourself a copy of Paint from Windows 10, or preferably from Windows 7, because do not use the Windows 11's version of Paint. It's awful. Oh, it has less work space. So we don't need much. That is a garbage excuse if Microsoft were ever to use that one. Also, fun fact by the way, Paintbrush, the version from Windows NT 3.51, it still works on Windows 11. But there's a nice tidbit of information for you there. But seriously, if you guys are going to Windows 11 and you like Paint, do yourselves a favor and grab yourself another version of Paint, because the new one is not worth it. And I assure you, they are not going to change it. They are not going to fix it at all. Definitely more. And mind you, that problem with the, well, I say problem, but yeah, it is a problem. The thing with the gray being duplicated instead of the, there being a second light gray instead of brown over here. That is a thing that has been on this new version of Paint since the beta versions of Windows 11. Since they first introduced this new version of Paint. It's always been there. And it's impossible that that is something difficult to fix. I refuse to believe it is something that they cannot easily fix. They just don't want to fix it. And by the way, you can actually change the default Paint program on Windows. You can even set it to be like, I don't know, Photoshop, for example, if you want. So you know, oops, that's not what I meant to do. So you know, when you right click an image and you have this edit option here, by default, if you click it, it will open on Microsoft Paint. On Windows 10, it will open with the Open on Paint 3D icon over here. So, but you can change this completely. So I made this change on my Windows 10 over here to open with the Windows 7 version of Paint, simply because I don't like that button there. But you can change it to any program you like. So that is my recommendation. If you are going to Windows 11, grab yourself another version of Paint and make this change in the registry. So you can use the right-click edit option to open with Paint. Okay, so what I'm doing here right now is I am going to use this sketch of Braveheart as sort of template to work out the design of Chorus. Chorus is actually slightly smaller than Michael Braveheart though. I'm not actually going to use this here to be his progress sheet. I just want this to, I don't know, to help me visualize how I want his design to actually be without actually having to draw a new thing. Let's do that line thing, the eye, for the sake of yes. His eye actually would have to be redrawn completely, but whatever. Yeah, let's copy this stuff and let's do the changes, the appropriate changes. Beginning with his underbelly here on the neck. Horus's actually goes to right about here? Question mark? Oh, now you open. I don't need you now though. Yeah, seems about right. It kind of curves like this. And on his tail, it ends a little earlier. I should just leave this open. Yeah, it goes to right about half of his tail. So, kind of like right about here. Actually, Horus is supposed to have a shorter tail than Braveheart. His tail is too long for him. I'm gonna have to do a lot of fixes here if I do that. Never mind. Let's just go with this. Right, that's not what I want. It's also not quite what I want. Frick. This is fine. This is good enough. I don't actually need accuracy right now. I just need it to look like it is Horus. Now let's raise this. I'll raise the rest later. Yeah. Oh, you want to know another thing that I don't like about the new paint on Windows 11? It is now a UWP kind of program. So technically speaking, it's an app. I hate this term, app. On computers, there are no apps. On a computer, it's all programs. Programs. You want to shorten? Say prog. It's less bad than say app. Apps are for mobile phones and tablets. Seriously. Okay, so the lines on his underbelly kind of go like this. Wait. No. Yeah, kind of like this. Not really, but whatever. Computer application. I hate. Okay, at least say application, but it triggers me when I hear people call programs apps. Seriously, it triggers me. Okay. This needs to be a little more tilted. Like me when someone says app. There. Oh, wait a second. This is different. What? What? Computer appetizer. It's preferable actually. What the fudge am I? What? Hold on. Confused dragon noises. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, I got it. Oops. I pressed every single key except for tab when I tried to auto-tab back to this window of paint. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I got it. So these lines should go like this. Again, like I said before, I don't need accuracy on what I'm doing here right now. It just has to look like Horus a little bit, because I'm not actually going to be drawing his reference sheet here now. And there will be another line here, so there will be one here. And also, like I said, Horus is smaller than Braveheart. Right off. No problem, Everick. Thank you so much for joining the stream today. I hope you enjoyed the little we saw here. And take my advice, if you go to Windows 11 and you want to use Microsoft Paint, get yourself an older version. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, and have an awesome night of sleep. And get yourself well rested, and have an awesome week. I said awesome weekend for some reason. Week, not weekend. English.exe has stopped responding. Anyway, thank you so much, Mav. Have a great night, and dream of dragons. That is actually something quite awesome to do. I had a dream with dragons, with Michael Braveheart nonetheless, a couple weeks ago. I don't remember the dream exactly. I do remember one scene of the dream, and I must not forget that scene because I want to draw that scene. I think it is something that I am going to be able to do. You are very welcome, and thank you, Mav. But yeah, that is something that I really want to try and draw. Which, by the way, fun fact for those of you who do not yet know, Michael Braveheart, this dragon here, I did not actually create this design. I did not actually create him as a character or whatever. I had I had a dream with this dragon. I have never seen anything like him before. I dreamt this character. I had a dream, then I decided to try and draw the dragon that I saw in the dream, and that's what I did. I drew him, and that's how he came to be. From there, I simply improved his design. But yeah, I didn't actually create his design. I dreamt his design. Okay, whatever. This here's fine. It's good enough. The one here. There. There, and last but not least, over here. That's not quite right, but it doesn't matter. Chorus's tail has a thing. This thing, whatever that thing is. Some sort of blade, I guess. And it kind of... I'll have to expand this canvas. Yep. There. This. And it was kind of like this. This is a little larger than it's supposed to be. But like I said, you just need to look like him. Don't have to be perfect. And of course, the horn. This horn here is actually wrong even for Braveheart himself. I didn't draw this correctly the first time. Yeah. Wow, that looks weird without a horn. Also, this head is kind of too short. It should actually be a little longer. Like, you know, more to here and more space here. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Not now. So Chorus has a horn up here that goes like this, right? Right. And down like this. And he also has another one below that, so he has 4 horns. And this one curves down and up, like so. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm not going to bother with details. Again, this is not going to be his reference sheet. I just need this to look like him, so I can sort out some specifics about his design, so I can continue this picture here.
Oh, so be it. They can't let a princess sleep in just once, it seems.
Sleep in! 'Tis 10:30. We are quite certain that thou hast already done a fine of sleeping in.
Yes, I suppose.
Okay, yeah,
Well, up with the sun.
that kind of resembles him.
Hey, sister.
What?
It is thy calling.
I should get a break.
Okay,
shouldn't I?
let me copy all of this.
You raised the sun for a while. Make up for
And let's see about that crest thing. Also,
Say such a thing.
Fine, fine. Perhaps I am.
yeah, I think I do want this to actually be some sort of scaly spikes or whatever,
Thou
instead of fur/hair.
this.
So, you know, instead of a mane like Michael Braveheart has. Question is, what is the shape that I want this to be? And moreover, if it is supposed to be all one thing, so like, you see how this piece here immediately keeps going into the other one and so on and so forth. If it is supposed to be like this, and to be spikes, or scales, whatever, it has also to be flexible, so he can actually bend and turn, you know, he can move. So, with that in mind, should it be one whole thing all the way across, or should these be independent from each other? Maybe they should be independent. I suppose that would make more sense. It works for Braveheart because his is a mane. It is a furry mane or a hairy mane, whatever. I prefer to say furry mane. But if it is going to be something solid, like a spike, yeah, it should be something independent from each other. And I do know that the ones going across the back of his neck and his back, I do know that I want them to be kind of this shape to keep in order with, not in order, to remain like these here. But I don't know about the one on the head. This here that I drew originally on this picture, I don't quite like that. Also, not like this, but rather like this. And it all has to start here on the head. I mean, I could do the exact same shape, just a different size. I hate how that looks. That is bad. Also, actually, could start small. Small but wide on the head. No. I don't think that looks good. Does it? Let's do a few more and see what happens. Zero precision here. And it should go to right about here on his tail. That looks awful. Yeah, the ones on the back of his neck and the back, they are okay. They are okay. Of course, they need to be properly drawn, but generally speaking, they're fine. Suppose I am happy to go with something like that. But that first one, on the top of his head, that one looks like garbage. It definitely looks like garbage. What if I what if I do something like the original? Like this here. I don't like how that looks either. But just for the sake of experimenting. Oh no, that is worse. Oh no, that is so much worse. That is so much worse. Benji, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. How are you doing? You came in, you arrived just in time to see me cringe at my own work. I'm trying to fix, not necessarily fix, but improve the design of this character. Well, in that case, happy Monday. And I am sorry. But yeah. So I'm trying to improve the design of this character before I can continue drawing him with this picture. But I'm not sure how. I'm doing very well, thank you. Just a little hot because it is hot today. Actually, what is the temperature? Let me check. Any day, 28 outside. I'm pretty sure it's at least 30 degrees Celsius here in my room. Yeah, it's warm, but I'm okay. What I'm not okay with is figuring this out. Oh my god. I mean, I can still go with what I did here originally, but I don't like this. I could instead also leave him with nothing up here, but I also don't like how that looks. So there's also that. Alternatively, what if I do like something? No. I don't like that. I don't like that. Let me save this. Horus design sample. Let's close this because I'm not gonna need that anymore. Maybe I should look at some dragon pictures for inspiration, because I obviously know what I want to do for the back of his neck and his back itself, but I don't know what to do for the top of his head. This here is very similar to what I was going for originally. The thing is, it does not work for Chorus. It works for this dragon here, whoever he is, but not for Chorus himself. And I still don't like the original thing he had over here. Thank you, and yes, I can do it. I just don't know how yet. I can do it, I just don't yet know how. That is the issue. Should I look at other pictures of dragons from other artists for inspiration, maybe? Because this is a keeper, okay? I want to do it like this on this part of his body. Of course, I will be working this out to make it look good. This here is just mostly like a mock-up, but on the actual thing here, it will be properly worked. 7:30, yes. Well, almost. It's 7:22 right now. PM. Where was I? Yeah, for the actual picture here, I would do these same spikes, but they will be properly drawn, unlike over here. But I still don't know what exactly to do for the one on the top of his head. I don't want to leave him bald like this. I don't want to do something silly like this or just repeat the same shape of the others, because I don't think that works for him. It doesn't. I do not want to do the same thing that I did on his original design, because this looks awful. I mean, it looked awful even back in the day when I first drew him. This is actually the only time I ever drew this character. Midnight 21, man, that is a bit late there. I'm actually going to be ending my stream in a short while from now. I just want to figure this out first, because to draw those spikes on him over here on this picture, that is going to take a long time, and I'm not going to have the time to do that today. I just want to figure out his head. Late, early. Yeah, it depends on the point of view. But yeah, going back to what I was saying. I have defined that this is what I want to have for his back. I just don't know what to do for the top of his head. Do a hat there. Dragons don't wear hats. Dragons do not wear hats. Yeah, they would have a hard time fitting a hat on their head with a horn. Okay, I surrender. I will look at pictures of dragons by other artists for inspiration. Let me go to my... Let me reach into my stash over here. All of these pictures, most of them are credited to the artists who drew them. And most of them you should be able to see the name of the artist here on the title of the picture. I do not want to copy from any of these, just to make it very clear. I just want inspiration. That is a creepy Rayquaza. That's a nice mane, but that's not what I'm going for. This is cute. Nice. I could try a larger single spike that kind of resembles this mane, but I don't think that sort of stuff would work for Chorus. Yeah, oh no, no, it does not work. No, it definitely doesn't. Instead of scrolling through everything, might as well instead just look at the thumbnails and open specific files. This is adorable. This one reminds me of Darklack. Oh, this one is animated. Nice. This one is completely bald. That's just a mane. I want spikes. There's a frill. Stop dinging. Stop dinging, you dingus. This is spikes or mane? As a mane. Stop dinging! It dings when I try to press Alt F4 before it's finished loading the thing. It dings. Nah, definitely not. This here is identical to the original design of Chorus's spikes on his back. Actually, yeah, it is identical. It even ends about the same, around the same area. It differs on the head though. That's a very long horn. What if I actually do something like what I was trying to do at first, but make it longer? Or not necessarily longer, but like a double. Kinda, not really, sorta. Yeah, no. No. That's cute. No. This is quite awesome. Also, another thing that I could do instead is those things could still be solid spikes, but not fully solid. They could be like, you know, cartilage. Is that how you say it? Cartilage? I forgot. Let me make sure. Hold on. Yeah, cartilage. They could be cartilage. If these were to be actually made out of cartilage instead of actual bone sprouting from his spine, he wouldn't be able to bend and curve and that sort of stuff while still having these things be unified into one single piece. Experiment. In which case, I would be able to change the design on top here. Something kind of like this. Okay, no, this is a mess. In any case, it could go like this. This is kind of intentionally bad because, like I said, this is just a mock-up of what I want. The real problem that I'm having is here on the top of his head. Huh, yeah, what if I started here, in between his eyes? This is way too similar to Braveheart's mane. It should not be so similar to his mane, because it is not supposed to be similar to his mane. How do I change this enough? I suppose this would work. Like this. Sort of. This is cute. Abby. Pretty cute. Alright, let's do some more experimentation here, I guess. So, if my idea is to change the design of his spikes to something like this, should start with something like this, right? And then go like this. It's too big. It also has to follow the curvature of his neck, at least to some extent. Should be larger. My hand is really fighting my brain now. While my brain is commanding it to draw like this, my hand wants to draw like this. They are fighting over here. Yeah, if I were drawing Braveheart right now, I would go like this on this part here, and that's exactly what my hand wants to do. Yes, this is right. I am actually so focused on this. I mean, I am so focused on this, trying to get it right, that I am actually sitting on the tip of my chair with the legs crossed. And that should end right about here. So here. Let's start to make them a little smaller and smaller. One more, and that should be right like that. Yeah, I like this. Sorry for the silence. I was thinking. Yeah, I like this. This I like. This works. Okay, I'm gonna go with this. So, oh my god, I almost dropped my pen on the floor. So, his back spikes, they are gonna be made out of cartilage, so they are flexible, while still being rigid enough. So let's put this head somewhere in here for reference. That's too tiny. Let's expand the canvas and bring everything down here. Actually, not everything, just his sketch. There we go. That way I can fit this head in here for reference. Okay, and save. Close this. I can close that now. Am I going to need this anymore? Yes, I got this because I was going to draw the spikes on his head, and I need that to paste it over. I'm not actually going to do the spikes now, but let me try at least these first ones on the top of his head. Excuse me. I need this to be a little closer. There. Yeah. So I can actually see. Go kind of like this. Maybe less zoom. So that is actually starting more or less about here. Let's see, should it go to right here maybe? Sure. Yeah, that seems about right, maybe just smaller. After all, this here is where these are starting. Okay, Manji, sleep well. Have an awesome week. Thank you for joining. Hope you enjoyed the little soul. And thank you for the good luck wishes. I'm actually going to be ending the stream very soon. I'm actually not going to be drawing all the spikes on his back, like I said. I just want to experiment on the top here, on this first part, before I end the stream. But yeah, have a good night and dream of dragons. Bye bye. And like I said before, guys, the reason why I'm not going to be drawing these spikes. Hey, thank you so much for the bits. Buy some snacks. That is actually a good idea. I'm getting kind of hungry. But yeah, guys, repeating again what I said earlier, the reason why I'm not going to be drawing these spikes today is because they are going to take a lot of time to do, especially if I want to do them right, which is something that I do want. But yeah, for now I am just experimenting to have a general idea of what these are going to look like on this actual picture. And I made them wrong because they don't look good here, but yeah, if I do this right, it will look good. Hopefully, anyway. Bye, Manji. Have a great week. Sleep well. And yeah, now with that said, I'm actually gonna go myself as well, because even though I have repeated myself several times already, I am not going to draw these spikes today. I don't have enough time for that today, and I'm already approaching almost 5 hours of stream, so... And I reckon that these spikes are going to take at least another hour or two, if not more. Knowing myself, that is likely. What I will do for the time being, however, is save a backup of this head, because I will need this one for when I actually do draw the spikes next time I work on this picture. So let's put this here. And I don't think I'm going to need this here. This here is no longer going to be necessary either. Or this. Okay, this can be closed now. Save this progress sheet. Oh, by the way, let's add today's date to the progress, like I have always been doing. Let's move this to the corner here. Why is there no transparency there? Should be transparency. I did enable transparency. Yeah, it is enabled. That's weird. What the? What on earth? What if I cut and paste? And that just works. What? I don't know. Alright, fine. Let's do the same thing with this one. Or do I have to? Not really. Okay, let's put it there. And now I'm going to add today's date. Let's see, January 22nd. No, the 23rd, sorry. Of 22. And today is Sunday. Lovely. And save. Save and close. And for the usual end of stream reminders, I now have a Discord server available. It's called Dragon Realms. If you guys would like to join, for the moment it is currently limited to only members of the art group Dragon Realms on DeviantArt and subscribers to my Twitch channel here on Twitch. So if you are a member of the group or subscriber, you can join if you wish. There's a link below the stream. that you can click on, and you gain access to my server, to my Discord server. If for some reason you have problems with that link, you can message me on DeviantArt, right here below the screen, sorry, on the corner. There's my name on DeviantArt, that's Mike-Dragon, or you can also message me on Twitter. Right here is my Twitter handle, @_MikeDragon. So if you have problems with the link, you can message me on those platforms, or even on Truckers MP, if you know my profile there. And I'll send you a link, direct link to, so you can join the server there. Also, I stream every week on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. I play a different game on Wednesdays and Fridays, and I do art live just like today on the Sundays. The streams on Wednesday, they should start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, on Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. However, the streams on Wednesday, they are currently on hold until sometime in February. For two reasons. One, I am rethinking if I really want to keep doing the BR Wednesday, which is the name of the stream that I do on Wednesdays. It is all in Portuguese, that's why it's called BR Wednesday. BR being short for Brazil or Brazilian. So it is a stream always in Portuguese. So I am rethinking if I want to do that, or if I want to change it to something else, maybe go with the original idea that I had when I started to stream on Twitch, which was to only and always do either American Truck Simulator or Euro Truck Simulator, or alternate them on Wednesdays. And if so, I would call that, what was the name that I thought? Trucking Wednesday. I know it is not very creative, but that's that was the working title when I first had the idea. But anyway, point is, the Wednesday streams are currently on hold because I want to rethink if I want to keep streaming on Wednesdays. Well, if I want to keep doing the current Wednesday streams on Wednesdays, or if I want to change it to something else, something different. And also so I can take a little break from those streams. Not that I actually need, but lately I have not been feeling very motivated in general. So, and some of my streams actually have been suffering a little bit from this lack of motivation. So yeah, I thought that it was best to take this little break and take the time of this break to rethink the BR Wednesday, if I want to keep doing the BR Wednesday, or if I want to change it to something else like Trucking Wednesdays or whatever else. But anyway, what else? Yeah, I think that's about it. So, my friends, everyone, thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I had saved this already. There, now it's saved. So I hope you have enjoyed today's stream. Hope you had fun. It's always a hoot to chat with you all, and I always enjoy your company. Yeah, that's gonna be all. I wish you all an amazing week. May this next week is going to be a better one than the last one has been for all of us. And until we meet again on the next stream, I wish you all to be blessed, to stay safe and healthy. And yeah, have a great night, everyone. Until we meet again, God bless you all, stay safe and healthy, and hopefully we'll meet again soon. Until then, bye bye, sleep well, and dream of dragons. See ya!
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you can. Bad on taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the describe new conflicts. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion of the chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking shifts because you got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where puzzles lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Shut up, don't bet on thinking just because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.